Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Another day live on SDtv. As always, the man Aaron here to break things down for us this morning. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Good morning, everybody. Laura, what's up? Miss Tomika, Miss Amanda, good morning. Mr. Wilf, Jim Bob, how are you? I'm fine and dandy. I'm good. Tiffany's back. Good morning, Tiffany. The ladies are taking over. I'm telling you. All right. Hope everybody had a good evening. Get to it here in 1 second. Throw this up real quick. All right. Morning, Darren, Dario, good morning. Miss Paz, good morning. Okay. Give everybody about another minute. Anybody stay up and watch the State of the Union? Idris, good morning. I didn't make it. But saw some highlights this morning. Okay. We got 19. Mr. Wilf watched it. Nice. Ty, good morning. Ty watched it. Ethan, good morning. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see all the alien stuff come out. That's what I want to see. I'm kind of excited about that. I don't get excited about much, but I'm excited to see all the alien stuff. Okay. All right, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on news, not a whole lot going on today, right? We've got crude oil inventories at 10:30, and that's pretty much it. Okay. Oh yeah, how many of you guys went to Lady Leb's webinar? Did you guys see that? Hopefully. Can't believe President Trump interrupted Lady Leb's webinar. That wasn't cool. Morning, Lou. All right. Okay. Well, good. Hopefully all that went well. I'm curious to hear how all that went. She's pretty awesome. Okay. All right. So news. All right. Not much on the tape for today. We've just got crude oil inventories at 10:30. All right. Couple Fed speakers. That's it. That's it for today. Now, going into the rest of the week, though, we've got our normal unemployment claims tomorrow, right? Our normal Thursday unemployment claims. And then we've got this. This is a delayed PPI print, okay, because of the little mini government shutdown we had. All right, and that's on Friday. So really in the clear for today. All right, and we're at some serious levels here, especially on the VIX. We'll get into that in a second. But if you do trade crude oil, hopefully this crude oil inventory report will get us out of this little crude oil range we're in. All right, so let's get to it here. Morning, Edward. All right. There we go. Okay. And we just traded it as we're sitting here. Okay. So here's where we are in the VIX. Now, remember what this is. This is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. This runs inverse. This leads our US indices. So the VIX has now come back down and touched this support level. All right. Now, this support level, all right, is drawn from 1805 up here to these 2180s. Remember, we've had this for a while. All right, we've had this support level for a while. And every time we've come down to it, right, we squeeze back to the top and the indices have a sell-off down to the bottom of their ranges. All right. Well, yesterday morning, right? We squeezed right here. We had this little squeeze, and then this led us into the gap fill, and then the squeeze to the top of the range on the indices. So the VIX has now come back down and touched this. It has touched that low. Okay, those 1995s right there. So the big question right now, and going into the rest of the week, are we going to bounce here again, like we have for the past week or so, a couple weeks, and start to lift back off back to the top of the range? Or is this the one that's going to fall through? We don't know, right? So we'll see going into the morning. We've got to keep an eye on this. Now, there's not really a whole lot of measured moves we could watch to see break, right, to look for confirmation. We could watch these overnight highs to lows, right, is about the best we could get to see if we're gonna, if there's anything that's going to be holding us down, right? So we could watch those overnight highs to lows. That's a 25. Don't need to round up or to whole number. Just add a tick, 30. And if we break those 30s, we could start pullback longs that would lead us higher. Okay. Extension short from 9:45 yesterday. All right. There. Let's see if there's anything there. Yeah, there's a little pullback right there. Yeah, you could make that case. You could absolutely make that case right there. There's that little 9:45 extension short. Look at that. It almost lines up perfectly with that halfway back. Yeah, you could make that case too. Absolutely. First thing we can watch for is if we do get any sort of push higher, right, or any sort of bounce, we can watch for that first long coming down off of wherever it stops. That first long to see if longs are starting to hold, and if they are, then we can lift off, right? So this is a big time turning point, not turning point, but big time inflection point here as we go into the rest of the week, right? Because we could have a whole nother rally right back up to the top. Right. So in the morning, if we see us starting to melt through these, right, then the indices can just grind through the tops of their ranges. Now, unless something changes without looking at it, there you go, Edward. Trade support, break the short, drop the long. Depending on if nothing has changed, we're above the 20 points on the gap fill right now. And if we continue down and just continue this melt, then we could have a gap and go type day where we have the probabilities of trading away from the gap fill. So we're going to have to watch that close going into the morning. All right. So any questions here? Any questions? Really, nothing has changed. We've been in this consolidation for a while, right? For a while. Thank you, Edward. So we'll see, right? It's going to be interesting one way or the other. Either we melt through and the indices have a rip, roar, and rally, or we bounce again, right? And start to lift off. And then the indices are going to sell off from the tops of their ranges. All right. Right there. And we are right there right now. So we'll see. We'll see. Everybody good on that? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Okay, Rick, good morning. All right, so moving on to our financials. Now, our financials are going down in extension shorts. Okay, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Morning, Jeremy. Um, and remember, when they're rising, that's a tailwind for the indices. When they're falling, that's a headwind, negative environment. Okay, so we are in these extension shorts. And now this is drawn from our lows on February 12th to our lows down here on the 23rd, right? If these would break, right, that wouldn't break the short trend, but look how much room we would have up to our next resistance level. Okay, our next measured move. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that today, because depending on where we open up and what direction we get moving, if we hold below these extension shorts, right, the indices could have a nice tailwind, and then they could lose their tailwind if we rolled over at these extension levels. All right, but again, if we continue up, we've got a long way up here. Okay, that'd be a lot of financial strength. Okay, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. All right, now to the ES. So if you look at the VIX, just inverse of the VIX, right, this is where we are. There's this short from highs from February 11th down here to February 13th. I just don't have the 50% on there. Now this short is all well and good, but remember the ES doesn't lead anything, right? The ES doesn't lead anything. So we could break that short and still be in the VIX long, right? And the VIX leads. So you can see this is right where the VIX is, right here. And you see how close the ES is. So that VIX long or support level, if it holds and we start to head back up, right? This is what happened last time. All the way back down to the bottom of the range, right? All the way back to the top. Now, here's the thing is if the VIX does not bounce and we continue to just kind of melt through this, right? We're going to open outside of 20 points. Here's the gap fill down here at 69.03. We're going to open, there's 10 points, there's 20 points, outside of these 20 points. Okay? I'm going to get rid of this because that'll mess with the eyeballs. All right? And if the VIX continues to melt, we could just have a straight gap and go type scenario. Very often what you will see is if we're above these 20 points, they will act as resistance, okay, on a gap and go type day. Now, if the VIX does bounce off those longs or off that support, and we open within 20 points at 9:30, okay, we could possibly go down, fill the gap, and then just continue, right, this slide back into the bottom of the range as the VIX is squeezing into the top of the range, right? So those are our two scenarios going into the morning, okay? If we do open outside of these 20 and we start to trade in the direction of the fill, watch that half gap fill because, and again, we won't know where that is until 9:30, but you might see that half gap fill get bought and us lift off from it, okay? All right. So the moment that exact level gets breached, we can be more positive for a nice jump on the ES. No, it's not like that. It's not if it ticks in here. We have to watch for this direction, right? Because it could, very often, it could just dip into lows and then lift off. And we don't need to, that's more or less trying to buy a breakout. We don't want to do that with futures. So what we can look for is you'll see it if you've watched it enough. Let me find one. It'll look just kind of like this, right? It'll just melt, right? There's just no buyers. It'll just melt like that. And when we see that, if that's what happens, right, then the indices can just grind. They can just grind higher, right? But what we want to watch here, right, is this. There could be a short here. Now, this is not in a series by any means. All we're looking at is our overnight highs to lows. That's it. Just as a level potentially to break, right? But yeah, it's not a dip in as soon as it breaks. Try to buy a breakout on the indices. You're going to be on the wrong side. You're going to end up being fuel if you do it that way. Okay, it's just you'll see it. It'll look kind of like this. It'll just be like a little melt if we keep going down. All right. The bigger draw halfway back line, this right here, if that's the one you're talking about, that's from our 1805s to our 2180s. That's the one we've had forever that has not hit this target yet. Right there. Is that the one you're asking about, Ty? Yeah. So it hasn't, it hasn't broken, for a week and a half now. So we'll see. We're starting to get a reaction here. Starting to get a reaction. So again, we don't really know of any specific series that's going to lead us down, right? Other than that potential extension from those 945 lows to lows, or this overnight highs to lows, right? You could try to make a case if you wanted to that these overnight highs to lows were holding, right? Right there, right there. So you could try to make that case. But again, if we're just looking for something to break and then buy the pullback on the VIX or sell the pullback on the indices, we can watch for that. All right. So we'll see. Should be an interesting morning. Now, back to the ES. So now we're flirting with our 20 points. Okay, you can see the VIX is bouncing off, getting a reaction off the bottom of that range. That's why we're having this. So now we're flirting with those 20 points, right? And we've still got an hour, right, until we open. So it'd be really interesting to see. I got to get moving here because I'm going to sit on this for a while. We'll talk about it if we got more time at the end. But those 20 points right there are going to be the important level at 9:30. Okay, where are we in relation to those 20 points? Okay, let's move on here. The NASDAQ, same thing. Now the NASDAQ's been a little bit stronger. All right, it broke through that short. We get rid of that now. All right, but there's its top of the range. What is going on here? All right, there's its top of the range, which is bottom of the range on the VIX. All right, right there. So that's your range on the NASDAQ. Okay, now awesome ranges, right? There's just, we don't have a whole lot of structure, right, on a lot of these moves. So we'll see up here, right? We'll see if the VIX defends those lows and lifts off, right? Then we don't want to, just like this, we don't want to try to pick a bottom on the indices until the VIX reaches resistance, right? Because it leads. Now, if the VIX can't lift off and starts to melt, then we could see the NASDAQ take off. So we're going to use those 20 points, right? We're going to use these 20 points right here. They're getting defended. And the VIX as our guide here going into the morning. Okay? Any question on the NASDAQ? I usually don't ask, but any question on the NASDAQ? It's pretty much same as the ES. Any questions there? I know a lot of you guys trade the NASDAQ. Anybody? Okay. All right. Okay, now moving on to the YM and the Russells. YM's a little different. Look where the YM is. YM is just squeezed back into its next short setup. right? So we'll have to watch bank closely because we're not real sure here on the YM where our larger support is, right? Other than down here. Okay, so if it does start breaking shorts, then we've, run into something that we're not aware of. All right, but big but, if the VIX lifts off from the bottom of that range, okay, and we have bank weakness today, what a trade, right? What a trade if you can catch that, right? VIX strength back to the top of the range and bank weakness and the YM at a short setup right there. What a trade that would be. All right, fantastic. So we'll see, especially up till about 11:30, 11:15, 11:30, right? Before that 11:15, 11:30 profit taking. If those things do happen, pay attention to the YM. Okay, because that is a nice setup, right? So the YM's got some work to do to break its series of shorts. All right, khaki shorts, Edward. All right, Russells. All right, there's the Russell's range. And as we know, Russell's loves ranges. Don't ask me why. But here we go. So we've got room. Got that. That's got you thinking, doesn't it, Nate? It's got me thinking too. Couple things fall into place. Yeah, YM might be the way to go today. I'm not telling you guys right this moment. I'm telling you if those things transpire, that's a juicy short. But here's the Russell's range, right? Top of the range, bottom of the range. There's not a whole lot in here. You could make the case that there's a pullback and an extension long right there. But as we're squeezing back up into the top, we really need to see what bank's going to do going into our morning, right? Because remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Bank, opens up, sells off, then we're going to roll over. Okay, if bank opens up and rallies, we can squeeze all the way back to the top of this range, right? It'd be really nice if we got out of these, right? It really would, because as much fun as this has been, it's, this range is kind of overstaying its welcome. Let's get to trending, right? All right, so it's really all about this right here, right? All about this right here. And you can see the reaction. I mean, it's right at those 1995s. Right at those 1995. So we'll see. We will see. Remember what this is. And if you were on the other side of this and you were managing tens of millions of dollars and you wanted to buy something to protect your investments, then this is a pretty solid place to do it, because it's bounced every time, it's cheap, right? So that's how I have to look at the other side of it, right? Because if I was managing a hedge fund and I was allocating a certain percent of my portfolio to protect against downside risk, I sure as hell would be doing it right here, right? That's where I'd be buying it, right? So that's how you have to think about this. So are there going to be enough people that are squeamish about the broad markets to buy? As of right now, there's plenty of squeamishers. Really? Can I say that? There's plenty of, you know what I'm trying to say. There's plenty right there. Yeah, cheap insurance. Yep, exactly. You're not going to buy the VIX when it's up way the hell up here, right? You're going to buy it when it's cheap and just hang on to it for the month, right? Hang on to it till expiration. And if we have a big downside risk event or missiles start flying or something, you're protected, right? So we'll see if there's enough of them. My personal opinion, which means absolutely nothing, is I hope it falls through so the indices can get off of it, so we can stop messing with this. But that's just me. All right. Did you pick up the squeamishers? Yeah. Squeamishers. So we'll see. But that's the other side of what's going on here, right? That's the other side of what's going on. All right. Any questions? VIX bank indices. Right. We've got those 20 points. Right. We've got those 20 points. We've got the VIX at the bottom of the range. Right. So kind of pretty cut and dried right here. This is about as clean as you can get going into a gap fill morning. We're right at the 20 points, and it's all about what the VIX does right here at this low. VIX is actually cash settled. Yes, it is actually cash settled. So yeah, there you go. My garage is full, Nate, from all the cows and barrels of crude oil that show up monthly or quarterly. All right, a lot of cattle in my garage. All right, so everybody good? You got short on that pop. Oh, nice. There you go, Edward. That little pop right there. See if that turns into something for you. All right. Okay. All right, moving on. Now, Bitcoin, right? Series of shorts, nothing's changed. I really wish that a lot more people would listen to me when it's coming to Bitcoin. I'm seeing all this stuff about, oh, it's back. It's frustrating, right? Like, it's back. We're going to, new all-time highs incoming. I'm like, what are you, the hell are you talking about, right? Don't act like you know what you're talking about and tell everybody else to do stuff like that. Anyway, we are in extension shorts. It is an asset, Nate. You see, you know the way my brain thinks. They're little annuities too, because they have calves and milk and yeah, they're little investments. And they're a compounding instrument, Nate, because one cow has another cow and that cow has another cow. So they're little compounding instruments. All right. So from these November 21st lows to lows, we're still in that extension short right there. Right, traded into that, broke this long, right, and we're squeezing back up into our short setup. All right, there was number one right there, and number two. So we've actually made it to this 38.2. So we've actually made it up in there now. So it'd be interesting to see, right, if we make it, how deep this pullback gets, right, before we start rolling over. Okay, there are counter trends leading us up here, but that's normal, right? All right. Mesh up in the squat rack again, Nate. All right. You don't hear like a lot of the wealth people talk about cattle. I think they need to talk about cows more and the potential compounding effect of a cow. Wow, I got to move on. All right. Wow. So we're right back up here. So again, there are counter trends here. You guys like pull me off subject. There are these counter trends here, right, leading us higher. Okay. And as we're squeezing up here, we can watch for any sort of little trend break, right? Any sort of little trend break. Okay. As we get higher and higher up in here, if we do, right? If we do. But absolutely still in shorts. We're not only in shorts, we're in extension shorts. And we're in an extension shorts with a confirmed target of 55,000, right? So, no, Bitcoin's not bullish. All right, sorry to say. Okay, now, moving on to crude oil. So remember, we have crude oil inventories at 1030, right? So here's where crude oil is. It's in this larger short, right? There's no doubt. Not go out even further here. It's in this larger short setup. All right, absolutely. Okay, we're not doubting that. It's in a short, okay, from our highs on June 23rd of last year to our lows December 17th. It's in that short. It's being sold into heavy. So what's holding us up are these previous highs. We've been talking about this for like, it seems like a week and a half. Okay, these previous highs over here on February 4th, that keeps holding us up. All right, so there's the short above us getting sold into, and there's that long being defended right there. So hopefully these crude oil inventories, now perfect case, these crude oil inventories will get us to get a 1 hour bar to close back down below that, right? Because we know how crude oil loves to dip into highs before sell-offs. It loves to dip into lows before rallies. Well, this would be a dip into high, and we already had a dip into this high up here. Or we just need this to break, not break, right? But if we can get a 1 hour bar to close back down below, and then normally what you'll see is it'll come back up and redefend that and then start to sell off. We might be able to get short to roll this thing all the way back down to the bottom of the range. That's a grown-up trade right there for sure. Okay. Now, if it lifts off, great. We could possibly start to get some structure to this thing, right? We could, because we really don't have any structure. This is just straight up, right? That's just straight up. All right. But this is what we know right now. There's your short, there's your long, or support. There's support, there's resistance. Okay. So again, hopefully crude oil inventories will get us moving. All right. Now, gold and silver. Okay. Gold, all right, has these pullbacks. Now, what we've been watching, right? These broke. Okay. We're in these much larger long setups. And here's the current long that we were drawing up yesterday. From the 17th to our highs, that was our next pullback. Remember we were talking about this? That how deep would that pullback get? Right? Well, it only got to 38.2 and got bid up immediately. Now, what has happened, right, is that long has confirmed as support. We broke the short. Right there. Bam. We broke it, and then guess what? Trade support, break the short, and then we drop this long. Right there, and that's held right there. Bam. Okay. So that's where gold is, right? And we've got massive targets, guys. 61.29, right? There's that massive target up there. So there's the series leading you up. It made its pullback, and that's all it's going to give us right there. Right? That's all it's going to give us, 38.2. Okay, so look at that. Pretty, right? Good looking. So we'll see. We got plenty of targets above us, but that's what we're looking at here this morning. Now, could we come back down here and retest this? Yes, absolutely we could, because this happened at 6 a.m. So don't be surprised this morning if we see a little pullback. Wall Street getting its fill, right? See a little pullback in here that we could possibly grab to lead us up into these larger targets up here. Okay. So there's gold. All right. Now silver. All right. There's a couple ways to look at silver. All right. Number one, obviously we're still in longs, right? We this whole manipulation crap just dropped us into that halfway back, right? That 50% off sale, and we've ripped since then. Remember this long, this first long, we traded support, we broke this short from highs, and then we had this pullback that ended up being just barely sloppy. That's hit its target, and it stopped. All right, so we've got two support levels we can draw from, and they're very close together. All right, we've gone through this target right here, just barely, but we have. So we can draw this highs to highs extension right there. So you can see that's down below us. All right. But remember, we also have those 10 a.m. on Friday highs to highs that we've been using right here. All right. And that's what has led us higher. Number one, never hit the target. And number two, number three, bam. So we've blown through that target now. Now, we don't know that there's going to be a new extension from here, right? We don't know there's going to be a new extension from there yet. So we're just going to continue to use these these Friday 10 a.m., right? Highs to highs. So you can see it's not far off from that daily extension right there. All right. So we've got two potential extension levels here. Now this anchor, we don't know this is here yet, right? Because we've never traded from that anchor before. Okay. And if we do, and it bounces somewhere in here and lifts off, great. We know what's going on. But we're going to stick with what we know, right? And we could have this pullback on silver. Now, if we blast through these, right, then obviously we have this new extension right here, right? If we blast through those highs, then obviously that new extension is holding. All right. So that's what we're looking at. So gold and silver, very bullish, right? Very bullish. Okay. All right, moving on to the dollar. All right, here's DXY. So DXY, not the dollar, it's just an index, a bunch of different currencies inside of it. But here's those long setups from Sunday night, basically halfway back in the week. Sunday night to yesterday's highs, there's our pullback, right? Now, the euro came up and retested its highs. And I'll show you that in a second. Remember, over 50% of DXY is made up of the euro. But you can see we traded that long, and here's our next pullback right there, right? Leading us up into these larger targets. That's dollar strength, right? That's dollar strength. All right, so when we get to the currencies, the dollar yen just been flying, absolutely flying. So it's going up in this series. Boom, boom. Now we've broken, or we've gone through the profit target of this larger setup, right? So there could be a highs to highs, right? There could be a highs to highs right there. All right, so that's what we'll do is we've hit that target. All right, so that's what we're looking like right there. Okay. There could be a bunch of different support anchors to draw from, but this is the first one we're going to watch right there. And if we make this pullback, we'll get brief dollar weakness back into dollar strength. All right. So it's got a little bit of room here. Now the euro is getting wonky. Okay. We came back up and retested. This took me out at break even, so I'm going to have to get back in. From these highs on the 10th, February 10th, to our lows here on the 19th, there was that pullback, right? And then inside of that, all right, here were these short setups coming out of the highs right there. But see how we never hit this target? Right, never hit that target. Squeeze right back into resistance, coming right back down. And it does appear that maybe we're going to get the participation here, right there, that we're going to get the participation to lead us down into these profit targets. Okay. And once we get to those profit targets, as always, we'll have to wait and see. Are we going to go through them and go into extension shorts, or are we going to bounce and go into our next traditional measured move? We won't know that until we get down to those profit targets. But it does look like it's getting this participation now off of these highs, just like we did last time over here. But we'll see if we can get down here to these profit targets and then make something happen from there. All right, but this is all dollar strength. Right, that's all dollar strength. All right. Okay, what do we got going? No, VIX it's not lifting off yet, is it? Not lifting off yet. There's those 20 points, guys, right? There's those 20 points acting as support now. So we really got to watch this, right? We open outside of these 20, right? We only have a coin flip chance of the gap filling. If we open outside of 30, we've got higher probabilities to trade the other way. So we, as of right now, we're kind of in a gap and go type day, a gap up and go, if this keeps melting, right? So we'll see. It could be really interesting, right? Could be really interesting here. Could change the whole dynamic of the week. All right. Either way, this VIX goes right here. All right. Any questions, guys? Anything you might have missed? Did you post the link, Amanda? Where did you post it? Did you post me talking to the cows? Oh, all right. Amanda's multi-talented. She made a little funny thing. Where did you post it? Did you guys see me talking to the cow reading the newspaper? Oh, it didn't work. Okay, well, I'll post it for you, Amanda. I'll post it and give you the credit. I'll post it in my futures channels, guys. I'll post it in my futures channel. But Miss Amanda did a funny. Miss Amanda did a funny. It was very good. So I definitely wanted to share that. All right. Okay, you can see we're starting to. Okay, so now we've had our dip into lows. All right, we've had our dip into lows. So let's see. All right. Okay, let's see if we can go through it. If we go through it, guys, you don't try to pick a top. We're gonna have a rip your face off rally. Okay, if this VIX continues to melt, you'll see a rip your face off rally. Okay. All right. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. All right, any questions, anybody? Exciting times. Exciting times. Any questions? Okay. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon. See y'all.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys. We're gonna have Ammar, the new father. Ammar. Shout out to Ammar. Congratulations to Ammar. He'll be on. He said he's gonna be about a little bit later today, but I think we have Karen coming on with him too. So we got Karen, Miss Lady Leverage, after her webinar last night, coming on the trade live with us, along with Ammar. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Market Open. Talk to you guys soon. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Has there been no sound this whole time? And there's no echo right now? Is there an echo at all? Damn, chat. I was over here telling you there's no echo. Oh, what is happening with the audio here? Oh, I think I see why. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Tell me if you still can hear me. Can you still hear me now? Can you hear me? What that was like a cell phone commercial, I think, one time for Sprint. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. Well, anyway, chat. What I was saying is I took a pre-market NQ long as we were getting above my level at 25.94 and was able to hold that into market open just because I thought today had potential for a gap and go. We were getting the bigger gap. And so I exited that winning trade on this position here. It was just on a Tradeify 150K select eval. So I need one more winning day on this Tradeify account, and I'll be joining Tamika with a fresh Tradeify funded. Tamika, did your consistency percentage adjust and everything good? Got your funded account? Also, when I was muted, I said that Karen said she'll be joining us here in a few minutes. Ammar said he'll be on closer to 10. So they're going to be a little bit later today, but looks, and the next level I have on the NQ is up at 25,349s. So it's got about another 100 points of room if it wants it. Looks like we're finally getting a bit of a, you see, this is on obviously a very smaller time frame chart, but just even when you look at the 2 minute, we just see these lows held 1, 2, 3 times, just the bottom end of this range. And let's go. Let's look at this from an hourly perspective. We just couldn't break this area here at 24,700s. It just, I mean, it held. We had this little spike below, but then immediately reclaimed it. Right, so this is like our bigger, wider daily range. But then when you zoom in a little bit, this daily range got really ugly. And now we're getting a nice breakout above that. So would not surprise me to see us get up to this 25,350s, 25,400 area here. But we shall see. VIX is now trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Gold selling off here. Which, let's take a look at XY. So yeah, Aaron said in the nooner yesterday about if DXY can continue to hold some strength. We had the State of the Union last night. That it should put a little bit of a headwind on the precious metals. You can see DXY hasn't gone very far, but I mean, it's holding its strength. It hasn't broken out. Gold kind of flat overnight, but starting to sell off a bit here intraday. It's a lot of volume here. So we shall see. The gold, when I'm marking, this is one of the reasons that I kind of avoid gold, is just based off of my level system. you can see I turn extended hours off and I start aggregation at market open. It's not as bad now, but you can see the gaps on gold are just crazy. So might be, if I was going to start trading gold more often, I think it would be more of an overnight asset for me. Just I mean, these gaps are wild. And then the intraday moves, you know, a lot of times, I mean, they're still good moves, don't get me wrong, but as soon as the bigger moves come in the overnight session, but definitely something I'm starting to dabble with more, with just the behavior that and the indices and NQ have been in. But right now it looks like my baby's back. My baby's back. My baby's back today, NQ. She's back. My baby's back. My baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. We love when NQ's pumping, baby. Oh, let's go. She's just got no chill. See, this is why the goal, right? Props are an amazing asset, an amazing tool. The risk to reward on them is great. This is why the goal should definitely always be to, if you're going to trade props, also try to build a cash account, because a trade like I had today, futures trade. Hey, Karen, how are you? Futures trade that you have pre-market with the potential to gap and go. It would be really nice to still be holding this position and not have to worry about consistency rules or any of that garbage. How's the let me get you out of here, Karen. How's the webinar last night? Nice. We got a little bit of gap and go on SPY and QQQ, but the Dow and the Russell's looking real ugly, actually.
All right. Yeah, iron is all right. Well, I'm glad I have time in that.
One of the swings you're holding?
Yeah. Iron, let me see where Walmart is today. I have a little NVIDIA going into earnings. All right, Walmart's holding. Okay. I was looking at Apple. Apple was looking nice, but this could be it. That'd be one for today.
Apple's the name. You think it could be the one?
Maybe. I mean, I cut it the other day, and then of course it went. So I feel like it owes me money. Okay. All right, let's see where the gap is. I don't know it was shoveling again with the damn snow, but
yeah, we got some last night too. Although it warmed by the time I went out to shovel, it was already warming up and melting.
Lucky you, not here.
Yeah, it's gonna get up to like 47 today. So.
Okay. Insult to injury here.
I know. I can't believe it. We normally always get. I mean, I think normally we get hit a little bit worse than you guys. So it's crazy how this one's just so much.
It's turning in. Well, it said snow today, and I was like, nah, no way. And it says snow tomorrow. Oh my God. All right, so half gap is below us. All right, Google too. I had an alert earlier about Google. Oh yes, look at Apple. Damn. All right. Let me double check to make sure if there's anything.
NQ pumping just makes my heart happy. Something about it. It feels like all is right in at least my world when NQ's pumping.
Oh, it's 273 on Apple. All right, I'll wait. I'll just see if this.
All right, chat. I need you guys to tell me something, just because I'm still the fact that I'm trying to sort out this audio. So if I'm gonna press a button. I think when I press this button, you guys are gonna get an echo like I got with Zach yesterday. So tell me. Is there now an echo when I'm speaking? I'm just trying to make sure if I'm finding the correct issue. So let me know if you guys hear an echo right now when I'm talking. Just so I can make sure. Okay. That's what I thought. Should be fixed now. I now know the problem. Okay. Boo! Still echoing? Don't tell me I'm still echoing. Did I break something?
Oh my goodness.
If I'm still... Okay. All right. Whew. You scare me, Tamika. Don't do that to me. All right. Good. Good. Boo.
I'm going to try a little bit of Apple here, just a little, because I see it setting up. And I see the wall above, so I'm going to go in just with 5. 272.50, just a little, and try it out. Or am I here? Okay.
I like Apple.
I like Apple too. I like it better when I'm actually in the trade.
Yeah. And no news today either. Just the crude oil at 10:30.
Good. There goes Apple. Wow, that was quick. That was the wall. Guess there's no wall there anymore. Let me look in a second.
Baking a little bit of pumpernickel bread today. Let's go.
Damn, Apple. Wow. Oh my gosh, and look at SPY. Wow, we're up 60% on those calls. And we're up 30% on the Apple. I hope you were quick enough. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say.
Yeah, this is like, these are the days as a trader, right? We've the market's been pretty rangy and frustrating for a long time. But staying in the game so that you can be in trades, right? When the market starts trending like this is what you want.
That's what I was talking about last night, that we're looking for small gains. And, definitely when you have days like this, you're like, wow, all right. But it's important to watch. Don't go in too heavy because you won't have money left over.
Yeah.
For days like this.
Yeah, because it's probably, whatever it is, 75, 80% of the time, you're not getting trending action. And those days, it's about those small gains and staying alive for when you get the trending action, you can hold runners and really make some good money.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, yeah. Some business that looked good too, Microsoft.
Yeah, I would imagine tech in general's got to be looking good.
All right, let me check Apple. All right, so I broke through the wall in a hurry. My friend's like, more snow. Yes, I know. All right, let's see if we can get if I can hold. Let's see, it broke through the wall, the door, whatever you want to call it. So now it just needs to walk through it again.
Oh, it's going, baby. Come on.
Okay. Make sure you take some off of that SPY. I only had 5, which I'm like kicking myself, but only with those 5, I'm up 1,000. I'm kicking myself.
Oh
I had
my! If you would have your normal size, ooh, baby, you would have been buying the diner.
Yeah, it's about time, right? Keep charging me for that damn pancakes. I was so bummed. Like I said, it was just snowed in, so I was like, oh my god, I can't get deliveries. What do I do now?
Yeah, for real.
I had to go cook. Now what do I do? All right, let's look at Google. I'm gonna get some calls here. I'll double check for a wall though. Apple's coming into a little wall. 315 for Google. 314, there's a little wall, so we'll watch out for 314. I'll put the alert so that we don't just blindly hit it. We put it at 90. I'm watching, what did I say? 3? Yeah, what I said.
Okay, Apple got some more follow through there.
Yeah, 314 is what I said for Google. I forgot. Yeah, 314.
Google, I thought you said 3.
Oh, for the wall, I mean.
Yeah, for the wall, yeah. I think you said 315 strikes, maybe.
I said 3. Yes. 3. Yes. 315. But watch.
Yeah, watch for the
A
orders
wall
at
above.
314. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what was that? NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA, join the party. We have those calls. I forgot what account that was, though. Hold on, I gotta go find the account now.
Got NQ coming into
Wow, coming in hot.
first target here.
It's coming in hot. Sorry. Come on, let me into my account. Come on. Walmart's 50. Amazon is still holding. The original, because I torture myself. The original apple that I had that I cut is up 125%. So I always say, if I can get you in, but if you don't get out at the same time, usually they keep going. I just try to get a percentage of it, but
yeah, I think I'm sure we've talked about this before, but
the money.
You have to accept responsibility for managing your size and your trades. When you're taking trims, you can try to do your best, but sometimes things move fast.
I think it's the other account, and I have to find the login for that. All right, let's SPY. Let's take some off here. 55. That's the second and the third trim.
Where's my next level? Yes.
All right, Google. Come on, Google, get it together. Google's trying to prepare for that wall. That's what it's trying to do. And Apple better not be giving up on me.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Wow. Yes. Let me check SPY.
The NQ is very strong today.
Mm-hmm.
Holding, yeah.
Man, I don't have any above levels on SPY.
So I had a 1 DTE. I gotta find the account. I know that one is up super high. Oh, so the
SPY
person that asked me
swing.
last night on the webinar about PG, and I said I had to hold a certain level. It's not holding if they're on. All right, let's see that. So I had a put credit spread that was 1 day out. Oh, let me find it. Where is it? Yeah, do the math real quick. 67.80.
There you go. Apple's still hanging on. I have a level on Apple at 273.68. That's right where we tagged, but nice. That 5-minute 3-bar play here is playing out. New highs on Apple.
67.80. That should be okay for now. All right.
Oh, wow. Gold, absolutely the reversal there.
I'm getting a little Walmart's starting to come back. I'm getting a little reversal notice there for SPY. I'm going to take my money. Let's take our money here.
Yeah.
40, 46 or something like that. I'm taking my money. Yep, out, get out. Oh, I hope I can type fast enough.
Why is it so cold in my office today? I'd honestly probably prefer to see a little bit of sideways action on the NQ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a reversal is out of the question. I just don't like shorting this kind of strength.
The only thing that's working, that's not playing along, is Google. Okay.
Try a little ES long here, different on a different account.
Apple's
Can you
at 41.
check bookmap for me on ES real quick, actually?
Yeah. Just
go ahead. If you're in the middle of something, don't worry about it.
No, I won't. Just ES or NQ?
Yeah, ES. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
NQ, I just a little too. Okay, so
Okay.
orders. It looks like what 69.50.
Yes, around there. 69.48. It starts into 69.50, and then we're holding 69.35.
That would be my first target. I'm in at 69.40 with a stop at 69.34.
Mm-hmm.
So about a 6-point stop. See if we can head up to those orders.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna get there or not. It's just NQ is so strong.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if ES just rolls over this quickly.
So let's see now with the Apple. Let me take a little trim here. When I got in, it went up to 30 so quickly that I don't feel like it's right that I take gains. So
Yeah.
I wait. So
Looks like it's at its highs, actively making highs here. NQ just tagged a new high.
yeah, 50%. I think it seems a good reasonable place.
Yeah, yeah. 50% return in what? How long we've been? 10 minutes, whatever. 50.
Yeah, and I was late.
Sagark. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sagark. Microsoft. Let's go. Uh, Sagark, did you swing Microsoft or did you day trade Microsoft today? Oh yeah, Microsoft. Pump it.
Microsoft's hot today. Come on, Google. Yeah, that's not a nice rejection there. Yeah, I may have to cut Google. That does not look like a friendly candle. The DMI is pointing up. I'll give it another candle. I want to see if it holds the 21 here. Damn, Google. Yeah, what's happening to Walmart? Okay. All right, I'm gonna take my money with Apple. If it comes back alive, great. Wait, let me look real quick. Apple. No, there is support at 273. So if you want to hold to 273, I'll put an alert here. But Google, I think, is getting the cut here.
Yeah, 273 is where Apple got that little 2-minute bounce, kind of pulled back and bounced.
Yeah, come on, Google. The way ES is holding, I don't like that either.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, all
love
right,
that
cutting
it's
Google.
not
Man,
picking out some strength here. We had VIX spike to its low in the day, but it's still trying to hold. And the Russell and the Dow are both weak. I'm down like a point on ES here. I'm like deciding, do I want to give it my stop or do I want to just close?
oh, I hate when they don't work out. It had such promise too.
Those are the ones that hurt the most when they look so good. It's like,
I might close the Apple one.
I am freezing, Karen. I gotta go get a sweatshirt. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I'm glad we took some off of on Apple. All right. Well, it's okay. Oh my gosh, Walmart, what happened? Nice on Netflix. I think we have a Netflix, don't we? Somewhere. All right, Walmart doesn't want to play. I'm going to take the rest out. I'm glad we got out at higher ups, but I'll take 35%. That's fine. Okay, put that in. I believe I gave you that a couple days ago. I hope. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the last one was 70% trim. Okay. All right, I gave it a shot. That was a winner. Yeah. All right. So, what else do we have? Let me get rid of these Apple ones. We have, okay, Amazon needs to come back to life. I mean, it's working, it's up, so I can't be too mad at it, but it's still under for me. I have until next week, I think, yeah. All right. Yeah, Microsoft, all right. Let me know if you want me to look up anything. Yeah, this, I think we're getting this little, that's all she could push through. What's here? The 690. I'm not going in heavy because I don't know if this is going to turn around. Let me look. 69.30. So I'm not going in heavy because I made my money already. So I don't, if you make, let's say you make 1,000, you want to put in 500, okay? Or 250. Just think of it as like maybe, but not try to make the 200 or 500, whatever, into 1,000. Just, we're seeing if we can get any other place. If we lose, we walk away and that's it. Maybe come back in the afternoon if you want, but let's say 500 is all you can put in, then play with 250 right now, and then try another, like later on. Come back and do that. All right. Let's see if this has enough to drop us or not. Getting a little tick up, right? I didn't go big, so I'm just trying to see here because it's under the 921. I don't know if this is going to be like yesterday where the 50 held it and bounced it. But I'm going to give it until here. You could be more conservative. See where the 921 are coming together. You can say, all right, if it gets above that, forget it. I'm done. I'll take my little loss and that's it. Same thing for here, 921 here on ES, on SPY. What's that? 697, 690.10, is it? No. 690.95. Something like that. As a conservative, I'm a little bit higher up just to see, but we are starting to push. But the DMI hasn't changed yet. And it's holding, we'll see if it breaks to that 69.30. That's my tester, right? if my normal is 30, I'm gonna maybe go in. Well, right now because I made money, I'm only in 5. To see, and then if this thing starts breaking, then I add more. Amazon, get it together. And what we talked about yesterday was if you made your money for the day, walk away. You can play, maybe you want to paper trade, work on your skills. But yeah. Right? If you get that antsy feeling, just paper trade. All right. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft is a winner too. Look at that. I just couldn't do all of them, but that was very, very nice move. So we can get this to break. All right, we need the VIX to see if it breaks above the 50. There it goes. There goes SPY. Come on, no, don't ding it, and you gotta keep going. PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's trying to break out of the orb.
Okay. Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Wow, I just can't get over light again with light. And yeah, it's just insane. I think we all should put our money together and buy a share of light and just watch it move. APP, ASML, MU, AMAT, Core, which is COHR. They're all calls. Goldman actually is calls today too. Coin calls. Everybody's playing today. Circle. Kava, they had good earnings. Lowe's, I thought had good earnings, but puts. FSLR didn't have good earnings. What else we have? IBM calls. LRCX calls. Coin calls. I said Tesla calls. Right, I got to look at Tesla. Oracle calls. Snow calls. CEG calls. So getting the nuclear back in. Net calls. CRM calls. Core, GLW. Corning. Shop. AVGO. MSTR. NVIDIA. Reddit. Zscaler. WDC's back at it. Palantir. It's a list today. CrowdStrike. Okay.
I mean, just look at these levels, man. Overnight NQ right off my lower level. Consolidation right above. Move straight up to it. Get the pullback right at the level. Always blows my mind how these things consistently work.
Yeah. You follow the levels, that's for sure.
Yep. Market be moving level to level.
That's what it does. You're catching on now. Just waiting for this to break. It hasn't tapped me out yet.
Which one? Which name?
Spy
Okay.
puts.
Okay, you got spy puts.
Yeah, just a little. I said only 5 because if you made 1,000, play with, depending on what you want to play with, I said maybe $250. Take a chance now. If it doesn't work out, you have another $250 for the afternoon, and that's it. But
There
you're
you go.
up. And just walk away. If not, if you're like, no, I like my $1,000 in my pocket. Okay, then walk away.
Yep. You had a
Or
good.
paper trade.
Yeah, just you have
Paper.
to stay in the game a little bit and learn. Yeah.
Yeah, practice. Yeah. So you have NQ pointing down and ES pointing up. VIX is looking like it wants to point down. But it doesn't, nothing's breaking here. Bank is still holding up. NVIDIA, NVD. What was the one that I did yesterday? I have to look that one up. Where is it? What was that? The low. Okay.
Yes. Just broke this little 2-minute range it had for new lows. Still above the opening print. Didn't quite tag its open yet. Just a little bit above VWAP too.
Yeah. Okay.
Mar must be changing diapers on us.
Oh, he's not.
He told me, he sent me a message yesterday and said he'd be about a half an hour late. So I figured he was making his return. You got about 13 minutes, 12 minutes to our first hourly close. Obviously, I did get stopped on that ES long that I entered before I walked away.
I'm still waiting for this because I still in between.
VIX is in a tight range from 19.95 to 19.8. It just stuck.
Yeah, it's trying to find liquidity, but it doesn't find any. It has to go down further. Whew. Come on, Iron.
Come on, Eileen. So, Karen, you're from Jersey. The New Jersey Devils, Jack Hughes with the USA game winner, baby. You
Yeah.
guys,
Oh, I saw that picture that you were
yeah.
talking about too. I saw what you were talking about. I was like, oh. with the kids.
Yeah, yeah,
USA.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, and Jack Hughes earlier in the game got
Yeah.
his teeth knocked out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. They showed that. I was like, oh my gosh, that's something.
I've had at least 5 root canals in my hockey career.
Oh gosh, no. Yikes. Wow. You definitely need a good dental plan.
Yeah, yeah. That's what my front tooth is chipped right now, and I still play, and I don't wear any facial protection. Like
Oh
I
no.
just like wear the helmet, with no like visor or anything. And so I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not even fixing the chip until I retire.
Oh,
Then I'll fix it.
then you'll fix it. Wow. I'm looking to see if Microsoft can keep going. Yeah, because it revved back up. Okay. Okay, do I have Microsoft? I forgot.
I feel like we're just waiting on VIX to break one way or the other.
Yeah. Any day.
Did you close your Apple, Karen?
Yeah. Yeah. I had to close it because it started
Yeah, pulling back.
not going the right way. But now, of course, it's going back
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
held VWAP.
That's why
Yeah,
you're asking me. Yeah.
yeah. Just well, I saw it got a bigger pullback. I heard you say you were just gonna take your money on it.
Yeah, because
So,
I started seeing everything drop, and I'm like, I hope
yeah,
this is not. And we're so close, not close to the top, but we're getting up there again. I'm like, is this another trick where they take us to the top
top of
and
the
then they
range, and yeah, send it back down. Yeah.
drop it? Yeah, it
Mm-hmm.
did hold the 50% though. Um, yeah, it did hold the 50%, and it did a 180 candle that I call it, right at the 50%. Let me get rid of this indicator. The 180 candle is where it's going down, and you're like, oh no. And then the next candle comes in, completely engulfs the previous red
Okay.
candle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah,
changes
I think
directions.
I don't know. I always forget his name. Al Brooks. Yeah.
Oh, books. Yeah.
Yeah. Al Brooks is a guy that I've watched and read a lot of
Mm-hmm.
his stuff, and I think engulfing candle or outside bar. Yeah, when it
Yeah. Yeah.
completely goes below and above the previous candle.
So it's showing that it's like it can't anymore. A lot of the red candles, like you'll see something like this, and this is where they trick you because you're like, oh yeah, we're going down. But then I always look to see like what's there. If this, let me get rid of this because it's not as clear. If this red candle was able to break through those EMAs here clearly, it sure, like it broke through the 200. So I would, if I was in this, I would say, all right, I'm staying in till the next level, which would be the one, not really level, but where the next EMA is or SMA.
Mm-hmm.
Did that break it? Yeah, okay. But then I see how these are so close. If I see that it doesn't like completely like go below it, close below it. I just know that the next candle, if it's green, it's going to turn it around because they're going to sucker the new people in here, and that's where they're going to take the money.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
just so question for you. So you, from what trading with you, it kind of seems to me that you'll take trades based off kind of momentum. So like you said there, if you got to close below the EMAs, you would just either stay in or
Stay in it.
potentially get in short there, right? Now, what I've always kind of done is like for me, it's like okay, if we like close below it, I almost kind of look for maybe like a pullback back into it that then would reject and kind of give us an entry right back there at it. But I don't. So I don't know if that necessarily. I guess just
there's a
just different entry
percentage
methods,
though.
but
Yeah, there's a percentage. I forget if it's like, I forget if it was 80% of these. 80% I think usually go through, but the 20% don't, and that's what gets people because I think it is a majority that it could continue. The
okay.
safer one would be that it would hit it, it would come back somewhere 50% of this whole move, hit some EMA here, and then go back down.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
typically. I
yeah,
don't use EMAs, but like with my levels, that's kind of how
hmm
I then look for entries in a sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
But when I see like the EMAs are flat, like the 200, which I use a lot, if the 200 is flat, and now let's say I didn't even see this, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't see that. But I see the 9 now crossing above the 200, and as a bonus, this huge green candle going through it. I'm like, this is going to go up. It's going to go up, and I'll put my stop either below that green or something like down here, or maybe even down here, just because it's early in the morning still, the morning low. But that green candle is telling a story that it has enough to go through.
Yeah.
And because of the 200 is laying there, like, okay. Oh, shoot. I'm going back up.
Hey, you changed diapers
He's
over
back.
there or what, big dog? Huh? Congratulations, brother.
He's back.
He's back. Good to see you,
Yeah.
man. How's the dad life been treating you so far? You getting any sleep? It's been good, man. It's been good. Karen had her first webinar last night. She did her options spread webinar.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm out of those. I'm going to be out of these puts because now we have the 921 crossing here. So I'm out. Give it a chance, but no.
Talking about puts, I'm looking at some calls.
It's fine. I actually just tried the ES one more time here on this little 2 minute. We broke out this little 2 minute consolidation. I have my stop a little bit below the open. 29.
I am in SPY calls right now.
So make up.
Oh, did I move your? Oh, I must have moved your chart. I was like, what did I do? All right, so Mar and I both in the same trade, basically the same trade.
Yeah, well, I looked at target 692 for PT and then
Microsoft.
690.30 as SL. NVIDIA has earnings today.
Oh, that's
What
right.
did I
They
say about
do after the
NVIDIA?
bell, yeah.
What did I say about NVIDIA? You see a breakout now? And after earnings today, it's going to be all-time highs.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah? I like that. I like the
Yeah.
sound of that. Amanda's family lives in Landing in East Hanover, in New Jersey. Karen, I don't know if you knew that or not.
Oh, okay. I don't live near there, but let me see. Where is it? It's up north, isn't it? Let me see.
Oh, there we go. ES, let's go, baby.
Yeah. Oh, it's about an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, I see. You're way up there.
So I'm back at break even from the earlier entry here, so I'm up about 6 points.
Back to break even.
All right. I don't know if I trust anything at the moment.
Yeah, VIX spiked back to the lows again and just got another bounce. We're still sitting in this tight range on the VIX here.
Look at APP.
And Apple right back to the highs. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's see if it breaks this time.
Mm-hmm. Give us a little follow through. I have a trim set at 69.46. Another 4 points. So, Mar, did you, with the baby, you get kicked out of your office? You in your bedroom
Yeah, I was like, let me just bring it up here,
now?
just in case, like mommy's asleep and he's
Yeah.
crying and stuff. I can keep an eye on both, you know.
Yep. Mar said, Omar, not Amar. Omar said, Karen must be in Alpine, New Jersey.
Alpine.
Do you go to the Jersey Shore much, Karen?
Yes, I do. You can't be a Jersey girl without going to the shore.
Yeah.
One of my friends lives down there now, so it makes it easier.
Oh, nice. I think I told you my in-laws. I don't know if I did or didn't, but my in-laws have a place there, so we go a lot throughout the summer.
I'll have to meet up. Take you on the boat.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a boat? What? Or at least
What?
know some people with a boat?
No, I have a boat.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, we got to do a boat day. That'd be fun.
She doesn't have a boat. She has a yacht. Get it right.
Yeah.
Karen, if you have a yacht, well, I guess it's too cold to be trading from the yacht.
Yeah. I once saw a yacht that said, I think it said Lady Lev.
Oh, no way.
I was like, no.
What is the name of your boat?
Well, actually, okay, so this is the way it works, right? Because I'm not a type of person that's going to go out and fix the boat.
Yeah.
All this. So this is what I decided. I really was going to buy a boat, and I was like, all right, let's think about this. How much to dock it or whatever the docks, and then the winterize it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, let me look for options. So I found this company that you can basically, it's like a timeshare for boats.
Okay.
So you just put in which dock you want to take your boat from and the time.
Yeah.
And the boat will be there. You can take it from anywhere from the United States, France, England.
No way.
Spain,
That's cool.
I think, and Australia.
Okay.
I think something like
So
random.
it's almost like leasing a boat.
Kind of, yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't have to. I just pay the monthly, and I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have to. So anytime I travel, like I'll go to Florida, wherever I go, I'll just get the boat out there.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, because if I had a boat, that's just a lot of maintenance.
Let's. Yeah, they say that. At least I've heard that everyone says that
It's
boats are one of the worst purchases you can make because there's so much
yeah,
maintenance
it's
and things go
yes.
wrong and it's just nonstop work.
I
Little
did my
rejection
research.
here. That's a
Yeah.
ugly little failure. Vic's getting a little pushback up into its highs.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to take this though. I may be done for right now because I made my money. And I don't know if I want to do a call credit yet. If this is the top, let me see. You never want to get in front of something like this when it's moving.
Well, up 14% to down 14%. All right. If it holds, great. If not, then I'll look to close.
Okay. And then on the way down, and I don't think it'll.
I'm pretty close to stop
Chances.
out here. We just tagged the open. Let's see if it can hold the open here. The NQ relative strength is impressive.
It is. I think that's what helped us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting, right? We're back to the open, basically.
Yeah.
After all that.
Yeah. Yes, our SPY's got the big gap, but hasn't gone anywhere. The Q's, on the other hand.
Because what if we start gapping down on SPX? That would be one I would like to catch.
Mm-hmm. So, Mar, did you watch the baby delivery? Did you pass out or anything?
We had a surgery, a C-section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There were some complications, though.
Oh no, but is your wife
Both
doing
are
all right?
healthy. Yes, both are healthy. Good.
That's good. That's good. Let's see here. Let's see if she can hold the open.
All right, let me get ready just in case. Because if it breaks through and it's going to fill, let's see, let's do the measurements. Because if it does a half gap, let's see. would happen? A half gap would lead us where the 50 is ish. We always try to get the 50% of the gap, and that's usually the safer bet. So that's what. $69.09, 60. All right. I was gonna do an SPX, but it's too expensive. If we start breaking, I'll go for. I need that 50 to break. 690, something like that. Was this somebody they were asking about Microsoft?
Come on, this is boring.
I know you missed all the excitement this morning, Ammar.
Just holding a little. There we go. Let's reclaim above 690. Well, 691, sorry.
Yeah, I'm back at break even here. Sorry what my entry was. Came close to stopping me out, but it didn't. Let's keep it going.
Oh, they're trapping people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's it. If it breaks, then I'll take it. If not, look at that. It made me forget about my sciatica pain.
So funny. I was just gonna ask you. You said
Yeah, I
you
forgot.
pulled your sciatica. Was it you shoveling snow or how'd that happen?
Yeah, shoveling snow again. It wasn't even that strenuous. I don't think it's healed, so it just not good. And this morning on YouTube, I hear this guy. I always hear this commercial about this guy saying, "Come to a PT will stretch and exercise you, show you how to get rid of your pain." And that was the first one I heard this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're listening. They heard me.
Oh yeah.
So I might go there and see. I'm tired of being in pain. All right. 690 one way or the other if it drops, but if it doesn't drop, then I don't know what we're doing other than holding. The European closes in 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 17-week bill auction. I don't think they'll do anything. A 2-year and a 5-year. And Schmidt is speaking at 11, so that may be something. And is it Mussolini? Speaks at 120.
Mussolini?
Tomorrow Bowman. In the morning again, the 10 unemployment claims, so that's going to be a big one tomorrow. And then we have the 4 8-week bill auction and the 7-year. Friday PPI, core PPI, Chicago PMI, construction spending, and November construction spending.
All right, I bought some more calls for SPY. I know we're not down much, but I'm just adding into my position. See, there we go. We are green.
There you go, baby. There we go. Come on. Come on, Lee.
Okay. That so the put credit that I did one day out that I didn't close is up 50% now. If you want to close it, I don't think we'll drop, but you never know. That was easy. Or you can just let it be there. Just careful with that. What is it? The 80 level that I have it. 68.80, I believe I have it at. Cha-ching. Could have walked away and shoveled more snow and nothing.
You wouldn't have missed anything.
Nothing.
We got some snow here today.
Did you?
About an inch. About an inch.
Let's see.
Or 2 inches.
You're not as far east as Karen, huh? Or wait, are you in northern New York? Is that where you're at?
Who?
Ammar?
You didn't get any?
Upstate.
Upstate New York, yeah. You guys didn't get? Did you guys get pounded a couple days ago or no?
No, nothing like that.
Get pounded.
Me too.
I was at 11. My stomach's like.
there's anything. Anything on the juice? Financial juice? Let's see. Okay. Provide opportunity for workers to do high. Okay, Barkin is saying AI will also provide opportunities for workers to do higher skilled tasks.
What?
One should not oh, you're on now. Immediately jump to the conclusion that people will be displaced. U.S. imports of crude from Venezuela rose in the latest week to the highest since January 2025. Okay. U.S. crude stockpiles grow in latest week by the most since February 2023. So I guess gas is going to go down. Iran uses financial system to sell illicit oil, launder funds, obtain components of its weapons program, and back terrorist proxies. All right. It's all about crude, and that's why the oil is down, because of there's a lot of oil.
The war that's about to start.
I mean, when the war starts, it may go up again, but right now there's stockpiled oil. Maybe short oil, but you never know. Over the weekend, you never know. Let's see. Dell introduces PowerEdge XR 9700 server for cloud RAN Edge AI. Ooh, that's why Dell is up today. Let me see what's NBC.
What the heck?
NVIDIA whisper numbers. Traders expect AI chips to beat street and guide higher. What was that? Oh, that's weird. NVIDIA. It's going above the high of the orb. I swear that's Direct-to-consumer sales for obesity drugs are about to boom. JP Morgan sees Eli Lilly as big winner. No more fat people in the United States. Often. Let's see how much Eli Lilly is. Maybe I'll do a debit on that one. Bank of America downgrades Molson Coors. Moffett Nathanson reiterates Apple as neutral. Raised its price target $270 from $241. Rothschild reiterates NVIDIA's buy ahead of earnings. Goldman reiterates AMD devices as neutral. Raised its price target to $240 from $215. Amazon, Bank of America's buy will improve for Amazon once Amazon Web Services revenue accelerates. So whenever that happens. Oppenheimer upgrades Oracle to outperform from Perform. Jeffries upgrades Enphase. Oh, interesting, because FSLR didn't do well. We have room for shares to move higher, it says. I'm going to look at that. Morgan Stanley reiterates Netflix is overweight. Says it's sticking with Netflix despite the uncertainty over deal for Warner Brothers. Live Nation, Wells Fargo initiates overweight. Says the concert promoter is firing on all cylinders. LYB. Kava as a buy, plenty of room to buy, to move up because of the earnings. Oh no, that's Seva, sorry. Software IP company, Seva, CEVA. IBM upgrades to neutral from sell. First Solar was downgraded from its bad earnings. Wells Fargo upgrades Lincoln National. Wells Fargo downgrades Kroger. Guess nobody's buying at the supermarket. Damn. Bank of America double downgrades Fox to underperform from buy. Says it's concerned about NFL renewal. Cava now, it's the Greek restaurant, raised its target to 84. Loop upgrades Trex to buy from hold. Right, all right. Alrighty, looks like we're starting to head down again.
Yeah. NQ pushed down a little further here. ES is still kind of sitting right where it's been. The VIX price action looks like it's just a fence.
All right, I'm going to try another little position, but I'll do the 0 DTE today. Or for this one, a little bit more risky. I'm not going heavy. I just feel it's going to be a drop.
Yeah. Or we just stay in this range.
Yeah, or do a couple. Give it a try. Let's see.
Our opening print tag.
It's showing me bearish. Oh. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Mm.
That's what this price action will do to you. When you sit here for
Oh yeah.
And it bounced.
Bounce it. Bounce it.
Yeah, I wonder if NQ is pushing up for Nvidia's earnings. That must be the reason, right?
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Nvidia's looking pretty good. It's back at its highs.
I still remember a few weeks ago you said, "Oh, yeah, it doesn't look good." Yeah.
Didn't look good. Thursday didn't look good, but then it came back.
Oh, is yes gonna do it? Is it gonna do it?
It says SPY is less than 1% away from all-time highs now. SPY, every gap up and gap down has been filled since December 17th, 2025.
Yeah, talk about some. That's like how you know you're ranging. No gaps are getting any follow through. They're all getting filled.
Oh gosh. Well, if we reverse here, it's just the lower high, and eventually it's going to come back down here.
Don't you dare. Breaking. It's going to break.
It's to break 69.40 now. Yeah, I need some stronger coffee.
I know when I was cold when I went downstairs, not only did I get a sweatshirt, but I got another coffee.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to take out the average I put in.
Yeah, now I get an alert for the upside. Yeah, I was hoping it would stop a little bit below that, but you're getting a wick again. But
Back up about 5 points here. Okay. Oh, you know, Ammar, you know what we need to get us going? You know what we need.
Hopefully that
See you,
doesn't.
Peter.
Hopefully that doesn't.
Amanda, I missed that from earlier. Boat equals break out another 1,000. That's good.
alrighty then, I guess I'll try a put credit. go 1 day out for this. All right, I'm going to add a put credit for tomorrow, and I'll see about today. I'm not sure because I'm not far enough for today to feel safe. But we have the one that I already did from yesterday for today, so that's today's money. Okay. Very strong. Any little pullback is saying nope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just getting that sideways kind of flag on the NQ.
Nothing. No.
VIX is back at these lows. Can it make a new low? It hasn't been able to make a new low.
Or high or anything.
Yeah, it's going nowhere.
I had the puts just as a maybe, but no maybe. I just got in earlier because we were at the low. It's hard for me to type and do all that, and that's why I said it's if he breaks 69.30. I can't. It's hard for me to get in, announce, and all that. So
yeah.
Maybe one day.
All right, I sell this break even, so we're running with a free play at this point.
Yeah. It's just kind of sitting here, though. Yeah, it's just.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back up like 6 points on this one. Let's see.
Still, so the 69.40 went away, but now it's 69.42.
There's orders at 69.42.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And then 69.44.25.
Are the orders still at 69.50? Are they still sitting up there? Or did they get pulled?
No, they're there.
They're still there.
Yeah, 69.40 is 48. Yeah, there it goes. It's breaking. Oh, that's NVIDIA. Sorry. That's good. NVIDIA go.
I'm taking another scale, 15% here.
Very nice.
And then I'm just trying to get whatever I can,
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I made my money. This was just a baby. I made it, made it. It's the
Alrighty, alrighty. A few more.
There we go. Got a little spike here above that previous 5-minute pop. Let's see, do we reject here again, or does this get a little bit more follow through?
Getting some volume behind it.
Yeah. Okay, I can see the larger volume here on this push.
I could spell it. Ah, NVIDIA, go, go, go.
Mm-hmm. And take us with you.
I don't know if it'll go to 98 today, but on the and I guess I got the NVDL. I did a call debit. Look at the orb is saying 95.74. Okay. I'll accept that.
We hang out here for about another 15 minutes before we take a little lunch break. We have Aaron back on for the nooner.
Are we doing game shows today or no, not yet?
So we can do it today. I actually wanted to ask you, are you available either this afternoon or are you available tomorrow afternoon?
Let me see.
Tomorrow.
You want to do today?
I kind of wanted to do tomorrow if that works for you, Karen.
Yeah, let me see. What time? Like
It would
1:30
be
to
1 o'clock. We'd start at
1 o'clock. Okay, to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that would be yeah.
Okay, all right.
Does that
I'll
work?
put you in. Yeah, I'll put you in.
Yeah, she's
got a schedule and everything, man. She's always wheeling and dealing, Karen. She gets it done, all right?
I do. I got classes to teach. I got things to do.
She's got things to do, people to see, places to be.
Classes about trading?
Yeah. So.
For the Discord community or like?
I have people that have been following me for like other places and then randomly like reach out to me and say, so I'm like, okay, so, and then our community also.
Nice.
You don't, I mean, obviously you have, I've seen, Karen, you have Instagram. Do you post anything on social media outside of like Discord or Instagram or anything?
No, which that's why we're trying to get somebody to help me because.
Yeah, just get more active on there.
Yeah, one, I don't have the time, so if somebody can just record me and do whatever and then put it out there, that would help. Because then I won't be like, oh, that looks awful. I mean, it's all about trading. I mean, right? It's not like anything else. So
yeah,
that's what I was saying last night. I was like, I'm more of a trader. I'm just not a social media person. Like even on my own personal, I don't.
Yeah.
Unless you're my friend, you won't know that I'm like, I don't know, on some island somewhere, because I don't post stuff like that.
All right. Well, my SL at break even hit.
I'm about to be back at break even here too.
Oh, it's coming back down, huh? Well, I hope they push NVIDIA into the earnings later on. What's ABGO doing? ABGO.
added in the ES right there. Let's see.
Oh, that's funny. So the phone rings. Usually it picks up spammers, but not this time. And it's Jehovah's Witness trying to. That's a twist. Okay.
What a boring day today.
Yeah. And I was trying to read about AVGO before she disturbed me. What is this? Is there news? No, because the earnings are just around the corner. No, wait, 5 minutes ago. Broadcom launches Broad Peak. Here's what you need to know. Broadcom is one of the best. Yeah. Management. Yes.
Oh, just go back to the highs. Let's just go back there. Go somewhere, for goodness sakes. If you're not going to go there, just come stop me. At least do that. So I can quit staring.
Put me out of my misery.
Yeah, do one. One or the other.
Let's see, so Kathy Wood buys the dip on AMD, ARC loads up on Coinbase, but scales out of Airbnb.
ARC is still a thing?
Yeah, apparently. It says on the 5th of February, Kathy Wood goes big on Google and Broadcom, dumps Qualcomm stock. Here's the one. If you bought Broadcom 5 years ago, how would you be able to tell me? How much would I be of? Just tell me. It would have been, like $50, and you would be, the top would be at 400. Not bad. Thanks.
You can say the same thing for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Only if I bought Bitcoin back in 2014, sold at 120. Maybe I will invest in some Bitcoin. We are 84% from the highs.
Yeah, Bitmine is up too today. Let's see, City lowers point on Broadcom. I don't know what this is about. I don't know. Broadcom doesn't bring the guidance. So I think I'll just buy, I have my calls until the end of the day on, what's it called, on NVIDIA. We'll see how that goes. I'll leave a runner maybe, but NVIDIA has a tendency of dropping after.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
recently
so
their earnings have been, I mean, they're hit or miss. It's been a while, but
look at bank. Yeah, so maybe it'd be better to close it and buy a put.
yeah.
And look at bank though. This thing just took off. Big candle.
The Dows and R2I, both of which were pretty weak, are starting to see a little bit of strength here.
And the VIX has not done a thing.
Still sitting in the exact same spot.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm done.
Sorry. Udah. Darurat.
Ammar, I muted you so you can speak freely, just so you know.
VIX is finally breaking down.
Come on. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Half a point. Half a point. Get out of it. Don't. Okay.
So weird, right? And ES is pushing up, but NQ a little bit
Oh
behind,
my
but
God! Look at that.
I
It
know.
takes me out, and
Yeah.
then
Yep.
I just took trims there. About 9. It's about 9 points in the ES. Holding a couple still. We're able to make back the earlier loss. I'm moving my stop up right below this 2-minute high or low at 69.35.50. Basically break even, but I added into this once. So my average price is at 36.
I wonder if Meta has enough. I'll put an alert and see if Meta can start breaking out. Yeah, coin is pushing. EMNR, they're pushing. SMCI actually has some trying to do something today.
All right, let's see if we can get a little more follow through. That's happy with that though. Look at those trims. 3 trades for me today. 2 winners, 1 loser. Green across the board. Happy with that.
Yep.
See if this one can get a little more follow through. So I'll continue to hold these runners, but we're going to step away here for a lunch break, and then we'll be back on at noon with Aaron for the nooner, breaking down this morning's action, how everything's setting up, heading into NVIDIA earnings post or after market close here. So we'll see you guys all in about 30 minutes. Karen, Ammar, thank you guys for coming on, and
yes.
we'll talk to you guys all soon.
Bye.
See you soon, everybody. We'll be back. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with Aaron for the Nooner Breakdown. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
What is up, everybody? How we doing? Oh, my chat's getting low. There it is. All right. How we doing, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. Nice and bullish. What we like. Afternoon, Miss Paz. What are we doing? Give everybody a minute here. All right. Here we go. All right, here comes everybody. All right, how was everybody's morning? Hopefully good. Mr. Wilf, how are you? How are you? How are you? All right, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on the VIX, excuse me, starting off on the VIX. Now remember what this is, right? This is the VX futures. These are the leading indicator. This isn't VIX, right? This is the leading indicator for our US indices. This is the futures of the VIX. All right, and when this is falling, that's bullish. All right, so what we've been waiting on for a while, okay, is for this range to break. All right, we've been in this long from 1805 up to 2180. Right now, we haven't broken that yet. A break of that would be 49, round down to 45, subtract a tick, 1940. So if the VIX would break, then that would clear the runway for the indices, okay, for a rip roaring rally. All right, as the VIX made its way all the way down. And we've got monster profit targets below us on the VIX, right? Way down here, 1885. And there's even larger ones below us. So that's a long way, right? That is the profit target for this short that we've been, that has acted as resistance. What's up, Mr. What's up, Mr. Mika? From these 2245s down here to these 1955s or 1950s, that short is now, this long's under pressure. Okay, this long is absolutely under pressure now. So what we're going to watch for going into the afternoon are these 1995s. Remember, that was the level that was holding us up. Okay, so going into the afternoon, and going into the rest of the week, if the VIX can't make it back above these 1995s, see it here this morning, right? Then we need to be thinking sideways to down on the VIX, sideways to up on the indices. Okay, and definitely don't want to buck that direction. Okay, because if this is weak, right? This is the weakest we've seen the VIX in a while. We got down here to our support, had a little bounce this morning, and then we failed, right? So we haven't broken out of the long yet. All right, we haven't broken out of the long yet, but we're going to use these 1995s kind of as our line in the sand. If we would get up here and close above these 1995s, then the VIX could make a pullback. All right. But as long as we're staying below these, all right, it's weak, right? So you can look at it as sideways to down on the VIX, sideways to up on the indices this afternoon. It's not the time to try to pick a top. Okay. So pretty cut and dried right there, right? We'll use these 1995s. All right. Any questions on where we're sitting right now? Anybody? No? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Now, our financials finally caught a break here. All right, they have held along. So this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Now, when this is going up, it gives the indices a tailwind. Okay, positive environment for the indices. When it's going down, that's like a boat anchor. It doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It's just real hard for them to go up. A lot easier to go down. Okay, we've got this larger short above us. Now remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded. All right, but we do have this larger short above us from February 18th. Let me move this down to this new low now. Down here to, what is that? The 24th, yesterday. All right, so we've got this short above us. We're in larger measured move shorts, okay? But we're in this counter trend right now. And this is what we were watching this morning, that if this, get this down here, right? If this long held, right, there was our open, right? We fell into our support and we've lifted off. So this is that long that's holding. So any shorts above us now are going to have to break long setups, okay? Because we are absolutely in longs. So we'll see going into the afternoon. You know, we could watch our lows of the day to highs of the day. Now, remember, this doesn't have to be super technical at all because it's just an index. So if we continue with this bank strength, right, and we've seen it before, like Eddie's dog, right? If he gets a hold of you, best just let him finish, right? If we continue with this bank strength, then the indices are going to continue to have that tailwind. All right. So, and if the bank would roll over, right, then the indices are going to, that doesn't mean they're going to go down. It just means they're going to lose the tailwind they've got behind them to continue up in the manner they have. Okay. So right now we've got the VIX and shorts, bank and longs. So everything is flip-flopped. All right. Hence all the indice strength. All right. So here's the ES. All right, remember we had the top of this range. This was the top of the range that was the bottom of the range on the VIX. Okay, and we have broken out of it. All right, we've absolutely broken out of the top of that range on the ES. Now, our gap fills this morning, we opened outside of 20 points. Okay, here was the gap fill, 69.03, right, 13.23, right here. We opened outside of 20 points. All right, and when we open outside of 20 points, we know that the higher probability is to trade away. All right, we've only got a 50-50 shot of trading down into the gap fill. All right, so now that we've broken out of this trend, or that range, we don't have necessarily a trend yet. Okay, we're going to have to wait for the VIX. All right, right now it's just a grind higher. Okay, it's just a grind higher. As long as this continues to go sideways to down, right, it's just going to grind higher. So what we're waiting on the VIX is to see what type of short trend we can get going out of this that we can coordinate, right, with the indices. There's not much, right? There's not much. There was this pullback here. We were talking about this morning. Is that an extension short? You could make the case, right? It broke the first time, right? And then we made a new low and we held that. So you could make that case, all right? But more than likely what's going to happen is if we continue to defend these 1995s, right, we're going to continue down, all right, until we get to a profit target. If we close above these 1995s, right, that's not a good look, all right, because that means we can make a pullback, a full pullback here. Okay, so that's how we're going to use those. All right, that's how we're going to use those. Okay, so again, there's not a whole lot to do on the indices up here, right, until the VIX decides what it's going to do. So just think of it as a grind higher. If you're already in longs and the VIX keeps going down, then you're still in a bid, right? You're still in a bid. It's tempting to want to pick the top, but if the VIX doesn't break those 1995s, we can just grind higher. Okay, so that's what we're looking at going into the afternoon. It's all about this right here, right? All about this right here. Okay. All right. So moving on to the NASDAQ. All right. NASDAQ's been the strongest. Now, zoom out a little bit. There we go. The NASDAQ officially hasn't broken out of shorts yet, but it broke out of this range. See, there was its range, the top of the range right there. All right. So we're going to watch the same thing. Because if the VIX does close above those 1995s, right, we could have a pullback until the VIX gets to resistance. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. Not a whole lot to do. We don't want to really pay attention to this short unless the VIX starts to lift off. Okay. So not a whole lot of technical setups right here, right? It's just pretty much going straight up all day. All right. Yeah, there's 9:30, 10 o'clock right there, just straight up. All right. So it's all about just waiting on the VIX, right? Just waiting on the VIX. There's a lot of fuel still up here, right? People having to cover, right? That can continue to lead us higher, but we'll see going into the rest of the week, right? Now, the YM and the Russells, remember where the YM was. Excuse me. All right, the YM was in that short setup, right? That next short we were talking about, and it is not broken yet. Okay, it is not broken yet. So now remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. If bank rolls over this afternoon, okay, we could see some weakness coming out of this resistance level. All right, but if bank continues to rally, we don't want to stand in front of the YM and the Russells for sure. All right, but there's that short that hasn't broken. Okay, but just let our leading indicators be your guide, right? These indices move as a byproduct of the stuff that we talk about. All right, they don't move on their own. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon. Bank up, we're going to keep on squeezing. Bank down, we're going to make a pullback. Okay. All right, moving on to the Russells. Now the Russells has had a struggle bus here. All right, it is smack in the middle of this range. All right, there's the Russells range. All right, from these 2692.80s to 2607.30s. Right, it is smack in the middle. All right, we don't really want to get involved in this. So if bank continues higher, great, we can squeeze back to the top. Bank rolls over, right, we can fall back to the bottom. Okay, but we need to use, make it easy on yourself, right? Make it easy on yourself. So we'll see. We'll see going into the afternoon. All right. Apparently we're trying to hold the middle of this range here, right? We're trying. So we'll see if the middle can continue to hold and lead us back to the top. The test is going to be when it gets up there. Our markets right now, guys, are just straight sideways. Like there's no real trend, right, in our broad markets. They're still up in the longer term time frame, but kind of this intraday nonsense, right? Little rough sledding here. YM basically the only one doing anything. All right. So let's see. So there's the VIX defending those 1995s again. Right there. See how to run at it and got Matumboed right there. Like I said, that's just a grind higher, right? That's just a grind higher. All right. Any questions? VIX bank indices. Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Okay, cool. Now, Bitcoin. So there is a development here. Might be getting a gift here. Remember, Bitcoin's still in these extension shorts, right? From 11/21, November 21st, down here to our lows on February 5th. Get rid of some of these so you guys can see this. Okay, there's that extension short, right? Well, we're starting to go sideways. So after we traded this extension short, right, we broke the long from lows. So we've had this short from highs holding right here. Okay, it held once. So we're right here and we haven't quite broken it yet. You can see that. We haven't quite broken it yet. But when we talk about price will tell us everything we need to know, here's what we can watch. All right, and we'll jump all over this when the time comes. All right, coming out of these lows, anytime an instrument does this, it's not healthy for that instrument. It's really cool, like if you're in this trade, right? But for the instrument itself, every time it doesn't make a pullback, it's not building any foundation or any stories on the house. It's not getting stronger, it's actually getting weaker, right? Imagine you built a house 3 stories tall and didn't put any floor joists in it, just the walls, right? That's weak, right? That's weak. right? It's easy to tip over. So this is what we're watching from these lows, right? Here was our pullback, our counter trend that we were talking about this morning. Well, that's gone to and through its target. So this is a straight up or not at all, right? So from these highs, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, right, we're going to have to continue to go up, straight up in extension longs, because if those break, boom, right, the house falls. Okay, so that's how we're going to look at this. All right, extension long right there, and we'll just keep trailing it up till it breaks. And once it does break, whether that's up here as a retest of that extension short, or if it holds these and ends up breaking, that's a trigger to look for a short setup to lead us down into those 55 109s. Okay, so anytime you see this, yes, it's really cool if you're in it. Awesome, you know, it's awesome part of trading. But as far as the trend, it makes it very suspect. Okay, very suspect, because this is a big squeeze, right? This is just a big squeeze right here. All right, and you're going to hear everybody and their brother talking about, oh my God, we're going to new all-time highs, all that crap. Don't listen to that. Let price tell you what's going on. Okay, and price is telling us right now we got to go straight up in extensions, because once they break, we're going to fall. Okay, the house is going to blow over. All right. Okay, so there's the futures market. All right, what do we got going here? Look at the euro taking off all this dollar weakness. All right, great for our precious metals. Okay, so let's get over to spot. All right, no, this one. There we go. Okay. All right, so here's spot. So see how that, oh, spot broke. Okay, so spot broke this. All right, hang on a second. This is a little bit, it's a little bit different. Let me get the magnet out. Make sure I got everything. All right. Okay, yeah, spot broke that. All right, so we can get rid of this. So all we're waiting on now is that extension break. See, there's the pullback right there. So these extension longs right here. So that's what we're waiting on. All right, and again, this might be a gift, right? Because we got targets at 55 and we have targets down at 33.5, right? So while everybody's back jumping on the bandwagon, right, we'll just let price tell us what we need to know here. All right, so when we zoom out to the weekly, right, look where we are, right? These extension shorts, right, are leading us down to 55, right? And our larger targets are down here at 33.5 or September to October 6th. Okay, now look at last year. Look at last winter. Okay, this is just eerie. All right, had our pullbacks, right? We went into extensions down here. See, we blew through those targets. Those extensions broke, and we made this full pullback back into this 38.2 and then finished off the winter. So us breaking this extension short, if, this is a big if, and pulling back, right, into these 90 area would be 100% normal, right? That would be 100% normal. And that would be a gift, right? That would be a big gift with a big bow on top, right? So that's where we are. So if these extensions would break, that's not a trend break. That's making a pullback. All right, we're going down in extension shorts on the weekly. That ain't bullish, right? That's not bullish. All right, so as we move forward, that's what we're watching. Number one, we'll just keep trailing these extensions until they fail. All right, we'll keep trailing extensions till they fail. Now, what we're going to watch for, or what I'm watching for, is I don't really care where resistance is. All right, because it doesn't matter. If we break longs, then we hit resistance. All right, so what I'm going to watch for is a break, and then I'm going to immediately draw highs to lows, See if I can buy that pullback, stop above the highs, and let her trickle down. All right. Actually, my stop won't be above the highs. It's just adding to a larger position. But if I was just taking it as a trade, that's how I would do it. Okay. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. While everybody's jumping on the bandwagon gets too heavy, right? And all the bandwagoners, there's another one for you. All the bandwagoners become fuel, right? When price breaks. Okay. So pretty exciting stuff, guys. These are massive, massive, like wealth creation, retirement type trades. Okay. All right. So that's what we're waiting on. Just keep trailing these extensions up. If we do make a pullback and go to a target, great. We'll just extend it. It would be even better for our shorts if we traded here, went to a target and went through it. Then we could draw highs to highs, and we just need that to break. Okay. All right. So you can tell I'm kind of excited about that. All right. You can tell I'm kind of excited about that. All right. Yeah. Don't be liquidity. Don't be fuel. You don't need to do that. We don't need to pick tops and bottoms, right? Price will tell us. Price will absolutely tell us. Okay. Don't be one of those reactionary, emotional, I've got a new toy, I want to just hit a bunch of buttons. If you want to do that, do it on like a paper trading account. But these longer term stuff, make sure you have yourself set up in a position where you can take advantage of this stuff, because it doesn't take much, right? It doesn't take much. Okay. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Stocks. Anything you guys are watching this week? Oh yeah, we got a video after the bell, right? Don't we have a video after the bell today? I think we do. Not that. That. Yep. So just keep that in mind. The video after the bell. That will fling us around. Robinhood, yes. Miss Mary Rose. I assume you're looking at Hood W, but we will look at Hood. We broken anything yet? Man, not quite. Almost. Right? We're almost there. All right, we're still in this massive half off sale, right? We're still in this massive half off sale. All-time lows, all-time highs. We're sitting right in there. We just need a little break here. What were their earnings? Did they make good money? Jeez, 1.28 billion. All right, so this is that larger half off sale. And then this is the extension short we're in from this low on November 25th or November 21st. That's the same anchor as Bitcoin has. Right there. There's your extension. There's the target. And here's the worker bee move inside of that. And if this breaks and we make a pullback first before we get here, that could be an entry into promised land. Right? As you can see, we traded into this resistance, right? We traded in our next short, our worker bee move up here. We couldn't get to the target. Why? Because we're sitting inside of our half off sale. Right. So right now, Mary Rose, you're just chopping, obviously, top of the range, bottom of the range. But if I would, this is how I look at this. We break these 75s, 81.75s, right? Even by a tick or a penny, even by a dime, whatever. And we don't get here first, I would immediately draw and hope that we get a pullback before we get there. Okay, so your two options are that this guy breaks, you get that pullback, watch that pullback. If we start to lift off from it and we find support, then yeah, we can get in. Second option, right, is we don't make a pullback. We go straight up here and break this. We break that, we're doing the same thing. We're just drawing lows to highs. We just have to wait a little bit longer for that pullback. But these pullbacks coming out of a half off sale like that, I mean, a long way. That half off sale has a target at 188. We're at 77. All right. Now you'd have to, you know, exercise some patience and stuff to handle that. But that's what I'd watch for right there. Break that, get a pullback, or break that, get a pullback. But if we break this, go right here, start to pull back, just be very careful because that's the short. You get steamrolled. Okay. What's hood W look like? No, it's not hood W, it's who W, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it looks about the same. It looks about the same. Pretty good. Oh, there's a nice little Christmas bonus, right? Yeah, those. Okay. All right, so there we go. There we go. All right. Alex, what's up? COHR. So Mary Rose, you're like really close. This is one of those that I think patience is going to be a virtue. Because there's, yeah, based on the half off sale and just getting a little short to break and buying a pullback could lead you up to $188 eventually. Yep, very welcome. Very welcome. COHR. Who's that guy? Whoa. All right. What is this? AI? I assume optoelectronic components and lasers. Yeah, that's beyond me. I'm assuming that's AI. All right, let's see this guy. Okay. Can you guys see it yet? Can you see the pullback, then the extension right here? I know some of you guys probably can, just by eyeballing it. There's a pullback, we blew through a target and we went into extension. And it looks like we're probably at that extension target or just going through it right now. So you can see coming off of these lows, right? This is on the weekly chart. Here's your pullback, right? Went to and through that target. And here's your extension long from that high. There's number one. There's number two. Yeah, we're right at that target right now. Okay, so this is on the weekly. This is on a huge time frame. When are their earnings? Oh, you got plenty of time. Okay, so there's your, now let's zoom in and make sure we got this drawn right. Yep, wow, we nailed that one. All right, so there you go, from the high on August 13th to our high right here on February 4th. All right, you can see these moving up, right? Right there, boom. Boom, right there. So yeah, February 3rd, February 4th. All right, so now we're at that target. So to go straight up, to continue straight up, okay, we're going to have to go straight up in extension longs. If not, we're making a pullback. All right, see how we're going through that target? All right, so you can draw, and we don't know this is here yet because we haven't traded from this anchor, but you can continue to trail from that anchor, from that high on February 4th, and just continue to trail. And if those pullbacks hold, right, you've got a new anchor to draw from. If this breaks, you're just going same anchor, new high. All right, because that move completed. Okay, so there you go. That looks good. That looks really good. This guy pay anything? No. No. All right. Okay. There you go, Alex. All right. Any other stocks, guys? Any other stocks? Okay. All right, moving on. All right, there we go. Okay, crude oil. All right. I'm short crude oil now. I'm not saying that the trade's going to work out. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Okay, crude oil. Remember we had our crude oil inventories today? All right, we are at this massive short setup. All right, from our highs on June 24th to our lows. All right, that's a huge short. Now, what we've been waiting on is a 1 hour bar to close below this high. We know how crude oil loves to dip into highs before sell-offs, dip into lows before rallies. So these 65.53s, right? We were waiting for a 1 hour bar to close below that, and we got it. Okay, and as of now, we're defending that previous low. Okay, which is normally how this thing starts to roll over. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. Right. Looks like there's a little series trying to start. Right. Little series trying to start here. We might hit a profit target. All right. But that was the first clue, was getting that 1 hour bar to close down here. All right. So we'll see if these defend. There's really nothing that we're running into, right, as far as on the downside. All right. This is very non-technical. This is just a rip. Right, straight up. So other than our halfway back, right, other than our halfway back way down there, there's not a whole lot of support below us that we know about. There could, if you went down to like the 5 minute or something, I'm sure you could walk these up and find a little support level. But we'll see. All right, we will see. All right, it's kind of giving another entry right now. All right, I'm in, I don't know, I'm in somewhere in here. All right, stops above this high. All right, so we'll see. See if it works out. All right, see if it works out. Okay. I'm targeting the bottom of the range. All right, targeting the bottom of the range. Big boy trade, right? Grown up trade, whatever you want to call it. Big girl trade. All right, we'll see if we can run back down to the bottom. Right, see if we can run back down to the bottom of that range. There's just not a whole lot inside of this thing. There's just not. Right, this is just straight, this is vertical trading. All right, just straight vertical trading. All right, so we'll see. We will see. So that's where crude oil is. Now, gold and silver, we're getting dollar weakness right now. All right, come on, there we go. And that's helping out our precious metals. All right, where is, why does it do? Okay, so here's gold and silver. Here's gold, remember this? All right, we were talking about this yesterday. This is playing out really pretty. Okay, we had this next measured move, right? This next measured move from our last Tuesday lows to highs. Remember, we were talking about how this could get an aggressive bid, and it ended up getting this aggressive bid at the 38.2. Didn't even make it. And then we broke, say the rhyme, right? Trade support, break the short, right? Break the short, and then we draw the long. And that proves our support, and it did. Tamika, are you still in? Are you still hanging on to this guy? I know you've been in a while. If you are, congratulations. I know you had to close out of one because of passing your account. But anybody that is in gold, looks really good, right? Looks really, really good. Okay, remember we're in this larger time frame. We've got targets way up here, 61.29. Not anymore, gotcha. 61.29. All right, we'll have multiple entries, right? We'll have multiple entries into this trend on the way up here. All right, so there we go, right there. Not a whole lot to do at this exact moment, but there's your support, right? There's our support. We continue with this dollar weakness, right? We can continue with these gold trades, right? We get up here to these 52.58s. If we don't go through them, we're just continue to trail from that low and keep buying pullbacks. Okay, that's the beauty of a trending market compared to sideways nonsense. All right, so there's gold. Okay, now silver. There's so much wrong in what's getting ready to happen with silver. With the deliveries, it's an absolute train wreck, right? The Shanghai and US are now back to a massive spread. It's like $10 or $11 spread between the two of them. And remember, March is a delivery month, right? And it's nasty. It's nasty. Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. Either a change in some sort of, legislation within the silver markets or something, because they're going to clean out the COMEX, right? Especially if missiles start flying, right? So it'll be interesting. It'll be cool to watch. It will be cool to watch. All right. Just a stupid yes. Funny, I gotcha. What happened at 6 a.m. Missed this one morning because of stupid yes. I can just see you calling it stupid. Stupid yes. All right. So where we are with silver is we've got two different potential support levels. One is our 10 a.m. on Friday that we've been using, right? That was our pullback right there. Right, pullback, never hit the target, pull back again, finally went to and through this target. So could there be another highs to highs? Yes, there could be, but we don't really know that's there yet, right? It's defending as of right now, but we haven't gotten to a profit target. Okay, so we have this 10 a.m. Friday anchor, right? We know that exists because it already traded once. All right, and then this larger long over here that was sloppy, very briefly sloppy. We hit the target right now and we've gone through it. Okay, so we can watch from these highs. This is on the 11th, those highs to highs. Okay, so we've got a couple. We've got one a little bit more aggressive, and then we've got our Friday's highs to highs. Either way, bullish, right? It's in a bid. Obviously, it's in a big bid. Okay, I wonder if we're making it to the 38 of that new. No, not yet. All right. Okay, again, not a whole lot to do with highs right here. But if we do make one of these pullbacks, right, we might be able to get in. Okay, but that dollar weakness is really helping out, obviously, the precious metals. But don't be surprised if something really weird happens. All right. Okay, so onto the dollar. All right, here's the XY. Okay, this is that dollar weakness. Now, we haven't quite broken trend yet. The euro did break this. Okay, the euro did break this. So we've gone from dollar strength to potential dollar weakness trades. All right, now we still have support below us, and this is just an index, right? But we could possibly, when you look at the euro, we could possibly go into dollar weakness trades. So when we look at the actual currencies, all right, here's the dollar yen. Dollar yen's making this pullback, and it's in a straight up or not at all type scenario. All right. This rising, usually dollar strength. This falling, usually dollar weakness. But there's this extension long from February 20th to our highs right there. You can see it defending. If that holds and we lift off, all right, then that's more than likely going to be dollar strength. But if we break this extension, we've got a long way to go, right, to make it halfway back. Okay, we've got a long way to go. All right, that'd be dollar weakness trades leading us back into support. All right, now look at the euro. Okay, it broke that next measured move inside of this short. All right, so it's in much larger short setups, but this next measured move right here just pierced. So are we going to get longs, right, that are going to lead us, up into resistance and possibly through it and change trend? But we'll have to see. All right, definitely watching that. Right, definitely watching that. Now, again, same thing as always. If we get to the top of that range first, right? If we get up here first and we don't go through it, then we want to be wary of that pullback. Okay. So you can see this is all dollar weakness. All right, this is all dollar weakness right here. Something we haven't seen any significance of in a while. All right, if that continues, that's putting a tailwind behind the precious metals and to some extent the indices. Okay, so VIX still can't get above those 1995s. That's going to keep the indices in a bid. Bang, still grinding higher. Right, putting a tailwind behind the indices. All right, so that's where we are, right? VIX sideways to down, bank sideways to up, indices sideways to up. Okay, so keep an eye on crude oil. Keep an eye on Bitcoin when it breaks that extension long, wherever that might be. All right, and keep an eye on the euro with this pullback right here. All right. Okay. Any questions? Anything you guys might have missed or want to see again? Anybody? Everybody good? All right, thanks, Mary Rose. It's supposed to be 60 and sunny here on Thursday. That like made me extremely happy. Or not Thursday, Friday. 60 and sunny on Friday. Made me extremely happy. A little reprieve. All right. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. You got more snow in Connecticut? Man. Oh, boy. Well, one day closer to spring. That's how I have to look at it. One day closer to spring. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'll get these draws up for everyone here in a few. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys. We're gonna wrap it there for today. We are gonna do the game show tomorrow. So we'll have Trading the Game Show, sponsored by Tradeify Funding. We're gonna have giveaways to the viewers. The winning trader is gonna win a Tradeify account. By the way, I still got the ES runners, as we just made a new high. But thank you guys for tuning in and watching. So tomorrow's gonna be a longer day. We'll start at 8:30 a.m. The game show will start at 1 and it'll go till 2 o'clock. So we'll be on tomorrow from 8:30 till 2. So hopefully we see all you guys there. As always, thank you for supporting the stream. Hopefully you guys had a good trading day. We love you all.